hit live, right? There are no rules on this train. I can just kind of start whenever, right? Right, right, right. I'm pretty sure I can just start whenever. Oh, thank you, Frosty Tools, for finally kicking in. I think I have everything, right? Right? This is, yeah, there's the initial ad wanting to roll. Don't have anything funny hidden in here. You could just pull this up over here. This is just the solo stream to Twitch. I never did reject all 69 rewards from last time. Nice. Well, I guess technically one of them for me today. Because I did just hit Joe Idle Games to make sure it worked. Speaking of which, I haven't checked this in a hot minute. Let's check. Let's just get this done real quick while we're waiting anyways. It's not like I'm in any big rush. Oh, it doesn't look like I got any... Nope. No gear increases there. Nope, nope. I really should start working on my other builds for this game as well. I'm just having a lot of fun with this one. 502, 609. Yup. Yeah, okay. Ad's finally hitting. Good to know. Good to know. I haven't had an update to my shield in forever. Well, that's clearly better. That's a 609 to 626. That's going to save me some points. And then I don't have anything here. I'm first to increase that. Oh, I like that for 2 taps. I feel like there's a build that you can do around this Great Axe. Basically, you'd look to double tap all your enemies to death, right? I bet I could do something funny with that. Um, so it would take up these 2 slots, right? I'm curious what else you have that would be like. I don't have that many headpieces, right? Which is kind of a downside. You'd have to apply a lot of that to have that going. How much time on my first ad? Still a minute 45? It's fine by me. We'll let that roll out. I could see this being like a 1-2 punch. Oh, this is only like a 15% chance, right? Circle of Mind and might be kind of hilarious to run. A 7% chance. I'm pretty sure there's something fun I could do with these, especially if we do like the 2-hander. Okay, let's do full upgrade on that. And then just boop and boop. I still want Slime Cat. I think I still want Slime Cat. Yeah, we'll stick with Slime. Oh, actually, no, we're going Fox. I'm feeling foxy today. Cool. What's that one? Are there anything over here? No. I just realized I don't have... I'm actually not in any groups for these. That's fun. Ad break ends in roughly 30 seconds. It's fine by me. I'm gonna do one quick refresh on these. Cool. Good to go. I don't have anything here because this is just uploaded as is, but this is going to be the important one since that's going to be the new site we're expanding over to. All right, cool. Ads are officially over. I have 60 minutes of pre-rolls turned off. I have 2 hydrates. I have caffeine and water. Yep, I'm good to go. Let's just look at it. Didn't do much since the last time. I guess since last stream I did re-edit 53 a little bit. Not too much there. Shimpo no To I corrected. And just kind of flushed it out slightly more, fixed a few little edits, or a few little errors here and there. And 54 is... I don't actually think I touched up much of this. Yeah, I didn't write too much. I think we were about here-ish when I ended last stream, and then I've just written all of this extra. Which I believe is fine. I'm not entirely doing this just on stream, but I'm also not entirely doing it off stream. Yeah, no, I would agree that's correct. Switching into that. It really doesn't like the word time zone, which is fine. I'm gonna just make you a call. It's correct in my heart, and that's all that matters. Just like this is correct. My English is Englishing, and that is all that it matters. I'm gonna do a quick reread of this, just to make sure I am still in the correct mindset for this. Uruguay was cool. Right. So, one thing I've been contemplating, this was one thing I actually had in my head, I think last night or a few nights ago, is I do these .5 chapters on rare occasion. 11.5 and 29.5. So we're talking what, 18 chapters between the two? 39, 47. I'm actually kind of feeling like, so like these aren't like, oh, the guaranteed per whatever, right? These are just when I feel like it's correct to do so because it is an entire perspective shift. Like this one is entirely from Valia's third person, and this is entirely from Xylus's third person. Um, Two prominent characters in the book. At least one could certainly say. Um, Oddly enough, I think after this, after 54, I was actually considering this as well, as that like I might just scrap the entirety of what I have here for 54, but I also feel like that's a little rude because like this is actually turning out to be decent so far. It's still more world building. I feel like this is still giving the reader something important. Um for this chapter so far. And obviously like there's still more to go in this chapter, right? I can actually kind of touch on the point I feel like this is building to in here. I know it's like don't use conjectures and everything, but don't worry, I'll handle the ingredients. Like that's exactly how she would say. She wouldn't say, "Do not worry, I will handle." No, she'd be like, "Don't worry." This is Utagawa. Watch and learn newbie. Yep, that fits her. Grain like products because Dagon has never heard what rice is before. Yeah, so like there's a consideration of me just yoinking this entire chapter because currently it's just a mood, right? Like this entire thing is just building up to a like setting the stage, right? Which isn't wrong. Which isn't bad, especially given the previous chapters. But my consideration is doing a 54.5 here and actually having it from Utagawa's perspective for a moment, which I feel would honestly be kind of beneficial because currently we're just seeing Dagon's take on her, right? As she guides him through basically her homeland, the bastion in which she's used to. Um, I guess the biggest consideration is if I want to do something like that, because it does feel right about this point. And I also don't want to let the half chapters die. Is because this is roughly the end where they actually where it pivots into just Utagawa and Dagon. Air quotes. Guess I decompressed this at the wrong time as all. At the wrong time. Well, how about Kolth walks out. Utagawa, yeah. So 52 is the official start of Utagawa guiding Dagon through Pale Light, which I don't think I've called by name at the moment. Right, you need to loosen up. She has you pegged, but given her job, it is to be expected. It is to be expected. Yeah, no, that is certainly Queen. I was thinking it's to be expected. It's to be expected. No, it is to be expected. That's certainly more Queen. When a shadow is cast, something creates Eerie's Respite. Like this is I can't wait for the little bot that my friend has made to just pick up this, just like this quote as its own standalone quote to like throw at me. When a shadow is cast, something creates it. Like no shit, Sherlock, but like the meaning behind it is so much more. Utagawa explaining the social differences, or I guess the social norm here, I guess you can say. Teaching my precious little scavenger the rules of society is quite amusing. Ignore. Um, well, let's turn this into a game, shall we? As awkward as it might be, how about you keep your mind that mind of yours focused on me? This is the start of a little game that kind of plays into the next chapter. Next chapters. Trust me, and my position in society will keep you safe. In return, when you do undoubtedly glare at something new, speak to me about it, and I will enlighten you as to why it is that way. Want me to evaluate or keep my attention on you while we walk? I guess that makes logical sense, but isn't that weird? Yes, evaluate me, parcel deliverer of the CDS. This is her mocking slightly. Your goal is to tell this fey-bound secretary what you see of her. My goal is to make sure you do not stick out. Understood? And then we get the little actual physical touch of her reaching out slowly and touching his nose. Good. Now walk beside me so when you are seen by the predators, they know who you are with. Remembering her full name. A test most certainly is asking me to look at her as a recipient of our contract, as a secretary of Kolf, the wife of a fae, or just a person. Such a loaded question, but also so true. How is that is all exactly how Dagon would think. Another larger shadow shall come out from the side. I glanced over, noticing the larger lantern above as I paused. Ugawa paused a few steps ahead, coming back to watch me watch the shadows. Akaryu, which is a water dragon, right? Red dragon. Akaryu, red dragon. A spiritual god of water known to be fierce, uncompromising guardians. God of water. Okay, yeah, yeah. I think my brain tried to put water guardian here, so I had to triple read that. Long leathered and scaled, their depictions on these lanterns are to ward off malicious and greedy spirits, all while protecting the house from the purification the fire is known for. Josh would have enjoyed the meaning. I have fucking lore dropped this man's name so goddamn hard. I feel like any reader who is like devoted to like knowing each and every character that's mentioned is probably yelling at me at this point because I haven't introduced Shast at all. Layer's a bit different though because we already have context of who Layer was. Friend of yours, Utagawa's voice snapped me back to the here and now as I gave a quick huff and took a few steps forward. You've been hiding quite a smile behind the cold expression since the alleyway, I responded. Well, avoided her question. He pace matched mine as I kept my eyes down for a while, another slow breath filling my lungs. Indeed I have, but why have I been smiling? Utagawa's remark was much quicker than I expected, nearly instant as I slowly glanced back up here. Oh, she isn't looking at you, but she sees right through you, little Dagon. Queen Stark amusement trickled. Yep, that's Queen. First destination. Don't worry, I won't judge you if you can't keep up with me, but I will hold it against you. It was both welcoming and nerve-wracking just how confident this woman was. And whatever this place was, well, at least it was welcoming. The comfort of tension, which I feel is probably one of the better named chapters I've had. Well, I've had quite a few really good named chapters, right? I'd like to call out. Like, if I just wanted to slide this over here real quick. Like, Law of Averages of... Actually, I just realized this doesn't have Chapter 0 on it. Ooh. I'm gonna have to call out my friend. Hold on one second. Is it just called Prelude? Or is it Zero Prelude? It is Zero, the origin of today. And, ahem, it doesn't have it. You might have to do one of those force ads. That's funny. I'm gonna actually tell him that right now, so that he can be mad at me as soon as he wakes up. Let's see here real quick. Go to his DMs at... Oh, don't mind the turkey that I had there. And silent, just so I don't wake him or it doesn't send him a loud notification. I'm gonna re-verify. I'll re-verify it afterward. That yeah, okay. So it does show. It does show. Well, that's all I need. It does show the half chapters as well, which is fine, which is good, which is perf. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it doesn't show chapter 0 at all. Fun. Yeah, no. Chapter names. Chapter 1's name is probably the best. I think Chapter 0's also got a really good name. I feel like Chapter 10's probably not the most understood. 11 and 11.5, I feel like are really solid names for these. 12 is playful. 15, I mean, anytime I get to use vulgarity in a chapter title, I always feel like it's well earned. 19, I mean, that's just a nod to Halo Combat Evolved. 21 to 22, 23, and 24. Yeah, 21 to 24 are all basically like question answer, but they're all tied together because, well, all four of those chapters very much are. True power comes with a price, but you get what you paid for. But what's the price of this? It's vulnerability. Where logic blurs, it's very on the nose. I just wanted some food. 27 is very honest. 29 and 29.5 I also feel like are very solid titles. All is not for all. This, this, this chapter. Oh, it's a masterpiece. That is 31 is supposed to be confusing, but it is also supposed to be, um, well, I guess you could say perfect. It is one of the like, okay, I want to verify that this is the correct chapter I'm thinking of real quick. Um, yes. Yes. This is 31 is the biggest nothing burger that is an everything burger. It is so I think most people are gonna dismiss 31 as a like it proves several points in the book, but it is also the biggest nothing burger that holds like the keys to the universe in it. Yeah, I do feel like that's appropriate. Fulcrum through 3, I was very happy with this one that I actually landed on this for 42. 38 and 39 I feel were also very witty of me. Condemned to repeat history and curiosity killed the survivor. 45 is very on the nose and very much needed because quite honestly I didn't have much of a way out of the current um prelude up to this chapter, so I was literally saved by the fawn. Traversing the tower, layers upon layers, meeting a phase Campbell head on. I feel like that's very, very on the nose. So why is there this here? It's not actually there, right? Oh, it is. Okay, I see what it did. I see what it did. That's fair. Uh, 52, I also feel like 52, I think is probably one of the more beautiful ones. Or more not necessarily on the nose, but like it's a very thematic one. And then 53 is a welcoming one. Yeah. So I feel like I'm doing well with the chapter naming. In 54, I don't think it's they're actually gonna cry over a hot pot, but I do feel like I actually still feel like it's a great placeholder name, and it might go into this, even if there isn't actual like physical crying. Because it might just be the readers that are crying over 54, right? Right. Speaking of 54, um, I just realized it is past 8:05. I do want to quickly check Scribble Hub. Just just for to see if numbers went up or not, because I do have very specific release times for these as we play catch up. Hey, I can live with that. More views. Actually, the best way to do this is not necessarily like just to click on these, right? We actually want to go to stats or edit. So it doesn't look like there's been actual reads, which is fine. I could live with that. Still, knowing that this is going into the Aether, it's out there. I'm happy. All right, get to actual writing at this point. I do feel comfortable enough to actually move forward with this. Dagon's still kind of on edge. I mean, like, to be fair, this is a world he has no idea about, so it makes sense. Right, Michael. There we go. Okay. Oh, I still have a smudge on my glasses. Hold on one second. Oh, so much better. I can actually see now. Ba, 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 ba. Right. Yeah, so like clearly Dagon's gonna be stressed about this entire situation, especially with the 24-hour contract, well, 23-hour contract with call looming over his head and having to rely on someone else, even if that person is a human, something that we don't really see much in this book, at least up to this point. Hmm. Push past two small drapes that covered a room to the side as I paused, looking at the odd symbols on it. The drapes, along with the artworks on the walls, felt all hand painted and interesting choice. I am considering. So I feel like this is very on brand because Dagon's mind wanders a lot. I'm not gonna say he's overly analytical, but he does certainly think and contemplate on a lot of things, right? I think that's very well established at this point, even through his biased, limited first person perspective that we have of him, right? Um, like we're not getting the full picture of everything he thinks of, but we are getting what he focuses on, which is specifically like it's been discussed earlier in the book, like how he views and portrays, or how he views things initially. Oh my god, I forgot I have raids set back up. Because and that means we have our Gamba bot set back up. I totally forgot about that. Yes. Yes, we do. Totally forgot about that. I'll have to remember how to actually like add points. I think it's actually just add points, right? Um, yeah, cool. I think there's a way I could do that to everyone too. Oh, I think no, I think it does have to be targeted. But then there's also like gift points, right? Cute. Okay. Sorry, I just remembered that I have my own custom Gamba bot. So, self distraction. Oh, look, a shiny type thing. Um, which means I probably should set up my. Oh, yeah. Oh, right, because I'm clicking on my Stream Deck, so it wants to re verify. This just works, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Cool, cool. Sorry, I'm gonna less distraction, more reading. Ah, more reading and writing, right? So yeah, Dagon. I feel like Dagon. It's not a. It's never a full trust with him. Like we see how long it's taking like Valia to break down his walls. Um, and how he's having to like think of Xylus in order to actually operate around her, right? As therapeutic as it probably was for her to finally unload her daily life, it was oddly the same for me. I feel like that is a good sentence, but it doesn't fully let the vibe. It doesn't like give the sensation I'm trying for here. Uh, as therapeutic as it probably was for her to finally, it was oddly. I don't want to repeat. It was oddly the same feelings for me. Midway through, or at least what I hoped was midway, her banter changed from her to me. Perhaps it was my time I spent alone in the forest, or the lack of normal conversation with other humans. But the way I described my current situation had Utagawa questioning quite a lot. We work with an armored bear, visit a club that mingles with humans and yokai, and sleep with a werewolf on a common basis. Sorry, half werewolf for warmth. CDS also sends me across the world to places I never knew existed, if that wasn't obvious, like a mine with an endless void demanding whatever book my partner threw in it. I think I could just drop into that, just threw into it. Threw into it. I casually mentioned it as I continuously try to scoop up the small grains with the weird sticks provided. Doesn't know what chopsticks are, doesn't know what rice is still giving it his all. God bless Dagon. Actually, no. I think if he was blessed by a god, I think his life would be much, much worse. Praise be Dagon for not giving up. Right, mumbled around, stuffing her own face. The pot. Ooh. With a. It's not unyielding. I'm just gonna say like insane efficiency. I can just drop that now because I'm giving a second descriptive there. Would prongs be the correct word? Let me prongs. Is a slender pointed projection or tooth of an object. Yeah, no, I feel like he might call it prongs. The two singular prongs. No, the sticks. Why am I spelling that wrong? Oh, there is a K. I'm so used to D&D monsters where I could just be like the mimic is mimicking because the mimic is acting like a mimic, so I could just be MIMIC ING because it's technically correct. Although it'd be MIMIC apostrophe ING, right? Whatever. Well, the correct word is actually mimic, like that. Hello? Oh, there it goes. Mimicking her actions. The shoveling of food continued for quite a while longer as we worked through what I originally thought was an absurd amount of food. Okay, I feel like that. Morsels feels weird to be thinking for Dagon because Dagon still probably thinks of the word morsel as almost derogatory, right? So his brain wouldn't use morsel. Like morsel is probably like Vietnam flashbacks for him. And I can't just be like noms. Oh my god, if I ever do a Valia perspective, I think she might classify things as noms. No, I feel like she's a little bit more refined than that. Who would anyone classify it as noms? Not currently. If Joskrim ever learned of the word noms, he might honestly refer to things as noms. Oh god, that's terrifying. Okay. Um uh no one tell Joskrim about the word noms. Because he'll be like, "Oh, my fish noms taste better, can sometimes taste better than human noms." And it's like, oh god, you fucking golden retriever of death. What I originally thought was a mountain of deliciousness. The shoveling of food continued for quite a while longer as we worked through what I originally thought was a never ending. I spelled deliciousness wrong. Oh, right, because I have three S's. That's just how delicious it was. It requires a third S. Furugawa explained it was more presentation of raw ingredients in what could be considered normal sandwich frames. Thus, smaller bowls with clearly shown ingredients inside. Helps. It's basically a way to show that they're fresh, right? Guarantee freshness was served. As a um Oh, okay, so we do know, I have established that Erie's Respite is a mostly coin-based society that has their own unique type of coinment, but they also have a notary, a note or a bill's establishment as well that is used generally among requisitions officers and nobility, so that they don't have to carry around heavy coin. Um, We have seen Dagon, I think, with both. Yeah, because he's received coins from Baku, and then as he worked for the CDS, he's also received the notary, or the notes for payment as well, which I do believe he used in the bakery shop. Then we really haven't seen much outside of that because Valia has aggressively nested in his house and has been providing food and sustenance through that, right? But we do know he still has funds that's coming in. So I could probably do like I mean, everyone understands copper, silver, gold. Some people may also understand like the level of platinum. Um, and then notes are just like this is 100 copper, or this is a 100 copper note, 100 silver note, 100 gold note. Like it would specifically say on it, right? What that note is valued for. Um, what would be? I actually don't know what a decent value for these things would be. I also don't know if I ever established it in the bakery scene, which is Maybell's masterpieces, right? If I recall, so it's Maybell. Is it Mayel? Mayel's masterpieces. Mayel. It's close. Let aside for a single silver. Okay, so I do have a a little sampler for such a charming young lad. How much is it? Okay, so we're talking about the sampler platter at the bakery, which is going to be various slices of delicacies and breads. And she is willing to give it to him for a single silver. So that's going to be what? Mostly artisanal skill, not so much the cost of ingredients. Because there's going to be certainly a lot of various ways to procure dough in Erie's Respite, especially since they have such a large um, cultivation for the plants along the riverbed, right? Since they have like literally an entire district that revolves around their hydroponics. I mean, if I do, I feel like I want to do 100 to 1, right? So 100 copper to a silver, 100 silver to a gold, 100 gold to a platinum, 100 platinum to an amethyst. I always include amethyst because, well, it's purple. I have to have something purple in everything. Um, Shout out Hearthbound. I walked up, pulling out the fold of funds I tucked into one of my sheaths of my chest. A silver, I remember thumbing through the paper funds. A platinum, a few gold, silver. I slid one of the bills across the counter. When she turned back around, she was already holding a small tray of beautiful arranged mini loaves. Ooh, paper currency. You must be a requisitions agent. Yep, there's the requisition agent mention. Okay. Might work out a deal if you're a regular. Even in quiet society, you're so on edge. Clearly, she wasn't kidding. Yeah, Queen has a yummy side for breads. I mean, who doesn't? Breads are great, right? Yeah, so a single silver for a sampler platter, and she's being generous with that. So it's probably normally like 2 to 5 silver. So if we're talking about a sampler platter for that, 10. So each bowl, actually, I could probably equate each bowl to roughly a silver. I think that's probably a fair representation of excuse me, book, click. No, you don't. Okay, well, fuck me too, I guess. If every bowl, I think you'd probably equate it to like because like silver are basically pennies, right? 100 silver to 1 copper, 100 copper or 100 yeah, 100 copper to 1 silver, 100 silver to 1 gold would be oh, I actually don't know what the currency in pale light would be. Ooh, 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 ee, ooh, ting tang, wanna bing bang. Purple People Eater was the song. Um, that just escaped my brain. I do feel like it would be correct to have a very like a very much different type of payment system in Pale Light. She is using the notoriety of the company to pay for it, though, right? Or not the notoriety. She is using the. She's basically using the company's signature to pay for it. So like, it's not a matter of that. I could probably avoid it entirely by just giving a ballpark of, oh yeah, you'd have to work X amount of weeks in order to like pay for all of this. She could probably kid. It's basically hmm, this would basically be similar to almost like a social credit. Uh, brain. What do you? It's like the. Hmm. It's the satisfied side. That's what I'm thinking. Wait, why are those release documents 0 bytes? Hold on one second. This is what I get for Uluka shining everything out of the corner of my eye. Hold on one second. I want to check this download real quick. I want to know if this is a Discord error or if this is an actual error. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yes. There's another thing I need to call him out for then. Okay. Sorry about that. Close that. And back to the goodies. Boop, there we go. Uh, Oh my god, hi Ghosty. Hi Ghost. How you been? What you been up to? How goes your haunts? Oh. Just enjoying your 3 days off. That is like so many days. You get to go to all of, well, I'd say haunted houses, but it's not like Halloween season. You get to make any houses you visit just haunted immediately, like 10 out of 10. Like, oh my lord, you could just like fly through your neighbor's house and be like, hey bitch, it's haunted now. Guess whose rent is also going down now? Bada boom. You taking a break from haunted? You know, that's fair. That's fair. You could only lower the rent so much by haunting people around you. I get it. Understandable. After that, then they start calling on in the Ghostbusters or like fucking the Winchesters, and like nobody wants that. That's just taking it a step way too far. Gotta remain, gotta be that your own little cryptid, you know. Around just enough to keep spiking down the prices. They want to exercise me. Look, look. I mean, maybe they're just trying to look out for your health. Maybe instead of exorcism, they just want you to exercise. Maybe that's what they're trying to do. They're like, look, we see you, we know you a cryptid. I want you to work out with me. Let's do this. And then they just like start running, you know, and they just want you to run along with them. They need their plus one. They need they need their exercise buddy. That's exactly what's going on. You see, when someone runs from a werewolf, they're just looking to, exercise with them. That's all it is. When people jump into the water with selkies, it's just them trying to get a swim buddy. That's all it is. Exactly. Yeah. See, it's the wrong type of exercise. Is what you're thinking. I understand you got to be defensive and look out for yourself, but replace that exorcism with exercise. It's a win-win for everybody. Oh yeah, no, zombies are rude. They're so rude. And I don't think they brush their teeth either. I might be stereotyping zombies here, but I don't think they brush their teeth. Oh man. They are assholes, man. All they think about is brains. Right. Like you've been working out on this body with all of this exercise, and they're just like, I'm looking for someone with nice brains. Like, step back a minute, Mr. Zombie Man. Check out this exercise I've been doing. Appreciate my effort, damn it, not just my braids. Exactly. Mm. Oh, hold on, let me snooze that ad break. Mm. Right, it's just like these zombies. They truly need to like just go a little bit beyond your brains every once in a while. Look at the calves, man. Like that like just enjoy the body every once in a while. So much effort goes into perfecting it. God. uh this was like plus 10 to my mood. I needed that ghost. Thank you so much. It's so great, right? Oh, here, let me just boop. Save it as a clip, or at least so I can go back and check my clips. Which I don't think I've done that in the last 3 streams, which is kind of oops. Did my clip actually make? I know it takes a hot second to be like clip and marker. Ah, there it goes. Okay. I was like, damn, my fucking button not working now? All right. The cold efficient neutrality, like the elevator, like in the elevator or Qualtron, her perfect little mask. Right. We are working on Days Gone. It's the one I've been working on the most recently. We are working on chapter 54 right now. This is the post-apocalyptic cryptid book. Um, which I feel like, as much as I want to paint horror into this, we have been dealing with a lot of psychological investment. Yeah, same what as last time. We've been doing a lot more psychological investment than we have been touching on the horror aspects I want to. Which I think honestly, the more I think about it, because like I originally started this book with like the idea of horror in mind. And I think chapters like 1 to 3 really nailed that. Actually, I think following that as well, because you're getting a lot of the psychological dread as well, really hits it. But it's kind of evolved. Uh, as weird as it is, I do think there are a few other notes of horror throughout this, especially involving a Wendigo. But the horror is no longer the primary calling of this. As much as I'd love to turn this into like some creepypasta type of book, um, it's much deeper than that at this point. I think I'm still going to be able to go into arcs of the horror and the grim reality of various cryptids, especially since I'm giving a lot of them their own voices. Um, but it's not gonna be the same as like the Reddit creepypastas that my mind kind of initially latched onto, or the like read along type of creepypastas that you might get from like YouTube reads that do like a quick scene set and then just kind of like throw you right into the horror of it all to let you like assume. I feel like this is definitely to be a much slower personal burn into the horror when I finally get back to it. Because I 100% do. It's just all of this groundwork that I'm slowly building up. It's really weird. Like it's a whole build up of like showing that monsters aren't necessarily monsters, to then also go back into it to remind you that just because the monsters don't always act like monsters doesn't mean they're not monsters. Yeah, it's a foundation building, especially with our character, because I have zero plot armor on this man. Um, Minor spoilers, I this man dies in chapter 2. Our main character is just dead, straight up fucking dead. Like, there's no question about it. So, yes, he becomes the ghost cryptid. Well, kind of. You learn that I am now the main character. Oh gosh, you are Dagon. You are now Dagon Briorth Ettertwite. That is your new canonical name. You need to increase Twitch's character limit for usernames and then thus name yourself that. Congratulations. You have now officially been named. And yeah, I do realize that his name is fucking audacious. Like his name is literally like that is a hell of an audacious name, right? Like who goes out of their way and names who names some motherfucker that, right? Yeah. There's a reason though. I guess this is technically lore spoilers to a degree. For anyone who's listening along, you can mute for like the next when I delete the name, that's when you'll know the spoilers are done. His name, okay, starting now. His name was originally Dagon. Literally just Dagon. but through the I guess what you could say is like the meeting with Queen, because I don't want to give away anything of that. Uh, Queen gave him the Briorth Eddertwite name ultimately. So, oh, and the ads just hit as I said that. That's funny. But yeah, that's basically that. So his name was originally Dagon. No, my feather. All my feathers have been taken. No, not the hunters. Give back my ghosty gun. Do I have a gun emoji? No, I don't. Gun emoji. Hold on. Gun dot mp4. Or that would be it'd be PNG. Ghost gun dot png question mark. I guess I could wait like 2 minutes. It's fine by me. Oh man, that is the downside. That I mean, okay, so I call it. It's part of a downside, but like running all the ads all at once. Me right now, I love it. I love the gun emoji. I need a gun emoji. There's a lot of emojis I really want. Oh my god, she also has the Popo. There's a lot of emojis I want for the channel. There's a lot of things I'd love to have for the channel. I think I honestly, if anything though, yeah, I don't see how I'd get out of that though. Anyways, back to writing this real quick. Oh, and we should be back from the ad break now. Do we have the ghosty back? We have the ghostiest of cryptids, or would that be the cryptidiest of ghost? That is a weird way of saying it. The cryptidiest of ghosts. I do like it though. It makes it more. It makes it feel more cryptidy. Cryptidy. Oh my god. I feel like they probably went to go get their ghost hydrate. That's gonna be my assumption. I'm back. There's the ghost. All right. So once again, spoilers for lore spoilers that aren't covered in these 53 chapters as of yet. For anyone who is is curious, feel free to mute or anything. Once this name appear or disappears is when I'm done talking about it. So lore spoilers. Originally, up until the age of 18, because I had to choose specifically 18 for the reasons of how it happened. Um, Dagon, Dagon was his only name. So literally, up until 18, he was just called Dagon. The funny between him and Queen. Queen is the demon which resides within his head, at least that we know of. And for all we know, she is a demon through the plot points up until this point in the book. Um, gave him, and we don't know this part in the book yet, gave him the name Briorth Ettertwite to solidify their transaction. Thus, his full name became Dagon Briorth Ettertwite. There is a very, very, very specific name or very specific reason why Briorth and Ettertwite were selected. That is going to be one of the longer lasting um, plot points in the book that isn't going to be mentioned until probably near the end. But yeah, Dagon Briorth Ettertwite is his full name, and there is a very heavy lore implication behind it. Yeah, to make it exactly, yeah, just to make it a mouthful, exactly, 100,000%. Um, I can't say anything else beyond that because it will give it away. I will say that there will be very specific chapters calling out um Dagon's name. Yeah. That like maybe off stream, I'd be willing to tell you like the full reason behind it all, as well as there's a few things that if you weren't interested in the story that much to like actually physically read, um, that part I wouldn't mind telling you, but I um certainly cannot speak of it on stream because it does give it would be me saying too much as the author. But yeah, the name is a mouthful. It is very intentional. Um, everything about his name is intentional. Yeah, okay, cool. Any other questions before at least about his name before we move on that I might be able to answer on stream? Because it is certainly it is certainly one of the names of all times. Now you good? All right, all right, all right. Cool, cool, cool. I'm deleting it then. Boop. And now, if there was anyone who was like watching the VODwise or anything else, it is now back. Welcome back. I am front. Yeah, there's I hide a lot of details in plain sight, for better or worse, when it comes to this book. There's a lot of I try not to waste space on when I'm writing chapters, which is why we actually do get some time skips in this book as well. And I am being hyper aware of how much time has passed. Um, to a degree, yes. I would 100% say this book isn't for someone to skim. Because I do feel like if you skim at the wrong sections, you will miss plot points or some type of event that would be impactful to a degree. Um, like there is oh god, what can I say for examples? Okay, so there is a part that kind of slogs through. It's a slight slog. It's a slog because of what happens before and what happens after, not necessarily because the section itself is bad. Um, which is this 40, I think it's 42 is when it starts. 43. Okay, so it is 40. How the fuck are you a human? Yeah, that's a good one. Thank you, Xylus, for your vulgarity. Okay, so it is 44. 43 to 44? Yeah, 43 to 44. Because 43 It's probably it's the build up, it's the release, and it's the reset into a more melancholy and like the reset of like all of the tension because you're getting a lot of answers, right? Elle is going to pass me Xylas's contract. So Dagon takes control of the contract. Uh we learn Valia has been basically taking care of him. We learn that he was out cold for a week since the beginning of the chapter. That Valia and Queen have actually been talking to a degree. Uh, we get the actual time jump, and then we get this whole build up section of basically like the power four, I guess you could say, are the main characters of the den who are now sitting down and talking. And people are going to look at this and be like, okay, well, this is definitely like the palate cleanser or the tension release valve. And even like skimming like some of the talks it doesn't necessarily ruin the story, but like if you're skimming through this and you like jump over this, you're missing the fact that there is there is the question of why are all the powerhouses in Erie's Respite female? Um, is it odd that all the powerhouses around here are female? A bit, though Xylus killed most of the competition here from what I've learned, and those were mostly males. So we learn, like, right here as a bit of world building that Xylus has basically killed off the males because she found them as, not my fault for these sad excuses of life, thought they stood a chance. Speaking of useless, any problems in this shithole? Like, we learned that she has killed off the competition. So she is the competition. Continuing forward, like we kind of like skipping through this as well, you learn how Xylus looks at the other people in the den, which can be somewhat important depending on the type of reader or like what the information you're kind of like thinking of for. Um or like what you're thinking about because there's a lot of like just minor details in there. Uh we see how Xylus interacts when she's not allowed to have when she's not allowed to choose violence. Um, we learn that Xylus's normal contract has been reinstated. Like that's a massive thing as compared to the restrictive contract that she was under. So like even just sometimes skipping just like one little chunk can be you could miss the like one of the punches that builds a character up. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like, you could go through and skim it and still, like, pick up some of the knowledge, but it might come as a shock if you don't necessarily if you didn't read it earlier. Yeah, so, like, one of my readers, Justin, who's also the head mod, who's also the guy who does the bot, I would say he's more of a skim reader or a surface level reader, and he does read line for line. But there have been a few times where he's been caught off guard because he didn't realize something he read was um what it said it was pretty much. So he's kind of like my own pressure valve for that when he does read. Um this is probably overkill as well. That's like this is the soft reveal of who Queen really is. Um Skipping that. Also, yeah, the fuck kind of name is Ettertwite? What, were you raised by some piss mop cultists? Xylus calls up. So there you go. You have someone calling it out for you as well, Ghost. Because all we know of Dagon's name at the moment is Dagon Ettertwite. Um, and this is Xylus being renamed to Xylus Ettertwite as well. For the purposes of the contract. So yeah, don't worry. It is called out the audacious name that he has. Et T White, huh? And of course, Valia is gonna fucking memorize it because it's Valia. Yeah, so like there is a lot of points in here where like skimming can be bad, and that was just like one example of like a downtime that if skimmed, you're still missing not necessarily vital, but like important info. Oh yeah, no, like I I keep like meticulous mental records of like things that are happening. Uh, each and every bruise on Dagon is roughly accounted for. We've seen early on when Dagon does admit it and he's actually taking the time to assess himself, like the bruises and the marks that he's actually received, and still currently has, as well as them being commented on by other people as well. So it's not like he's this invulnerable person. He's literally just a fucking human surviving things that he ultimately wouldn't be able to survive if he wasn't as, I guess you could say, as prepared as he normally is. Because he is a cautious person, right? He is cautious, he's distrustful, and he is a this is another thing. Okay, this is another thing that I've been fighting with over for like the last week and a half to 2 weeks. Is Dagon himself is not innately reactive, right? He is not, or he is not active, I should say. He is not out here specifically hunting the Wendigos. He's not out here choosing to find out the Fae, right? He's not trying to court Fae or even actively like with Valiak, he's not trying to actively pursue Valia or anyone else in that matter. He is a very reactive person. Um, it is kind of like I'm basically writing him how like it almost like it's a self defense matter, kind of like judo, where judo is a very reactive, it is a highly reactive type of self defense. Um, that is how his character is, and I think the biggest gripe that I got from version 1 of this is that he is not an active character. He needs to go out and make his own choices. But in a world where if he actively goes out to seek, like, Kulth, who is an Archlord of the Fae, or if he, actively tries to find a Wendigo, those beings will just fucking kill him, right? It people who actively try and hunt for the bad the scary things in this world will ultimately die. You have to be very careful, considerate, and planning for your things, right? So, the whole, like and I do agree with him that there has to be some type of action to Dagon. He can't just ultimately sit there and be reactive. But his choices aren't these loud, boisterous ones of like an isekai protagonist. They're the subtle and collected, calculated choices of a survivor, which is exactly what he is, right? Uh, he might be pushed into a corner and he has to choose between the devil on his left and the devil on his right, but he's going to find the nuanced answer that that will let him choose the best of both worlds. He will find the path that it still sucks. It's still something he has to choose, but he's the one that's choosing it, and he's the one that is actively walking down these roads. He didn't have to sign the contract with Kolth recently in chapter 50 something, right? He could have said, "No, I'm not doing this. I'm not playing this game of the Fae," and walk out of the Fate, completely walk out of the tower untouched, unscathed, and skip this entire thing. Instead, with by relying on Queen, who he knows he can trust, he learns about the Fate contract, all of the gimmicks in it, and trusting his gut instinct with Utagawa, considers her offer and then takes it up and calls up the several points in the contract he just signed to play the game of the Fae. And thus we are living through the reality in which he just chose of that, right? Like, it's not him. It's not an active uh stance that a lot of, I think, people want per se. Like I said, he's not going out there and choosing violence or innately hunting for these things. But when they happen to him, he will sit there and take that jump when he knows or when he thinks he can get away with what he can. It's a very weird balance, and I think I'm finally coming to terms that that's fine. That's okay for him, especially for a story like this. That he's allowed to not be, because he's not the hero. He is not gonna save the world. He is going to live through this world, and he is gonna carve out his own little place, his own little hovel that he enjoys. And that's truly what the story is about. He's not some great mastermind. He's not the underdog. Hell, he's probably not even in the running to be like the strongest and greatest person on the planet. He certainly, most definitely, has very unique and interesting characteristics. Um, like him holding Xylus's contract now. Like, that's very much unheard of. That is something unique, but it doesn't immediately put him into the level of being able to control and manipulate the world. Like, yeah, okay, he has this giant murder machine that he can point at someone and say, die, and she would most certainly kill them for him. But in that same regard, there are literally anyone could walk up behind him, stab a knife in his back, and he will just bleed out and die. Like, on top of that, that's also not like him to actually wish for someone's death. So it's just a lot of, I guess, accepting on my part of like what the story truly is, and understanding that I am 100% targeting a niche audience with this book. Because, like, when I'm looking at Royal Road, which is where I was initially uploading, and I'm still going to be uploading, they are looking at lit RPG, progression, game lit, wuxia, lit RPG. Like, these are the big things on Royal Road. I can't compare myself to these type of things. Because that's not what Days Gone is. It's not a lit RPG, it's not these high fast action, heavy progression stories. While Dagon's story is one of progression, it's not a game world. It's a very grim reality, right? So it's something that I have to very much consider differently if I am attempting to put myself in a similar light as those, right? Which is also why I am not bothered in the slightest by, like, my review count or my view count or, like, however many people I have currently reading. Like, none of that worries or bothers me in the slightest. Although I am interested in seeing how Scribblehub's doing. Still 31. Still happy with that. Oh, I can just do that now. Boop. Definitely interesting to see how this plays out, especially since I'm going to be doing 2 chapters a day now. At least until I'm caught up here. Yeah, no, there's my little rant and ramble that kind of led from your question. But it's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah, sure. So Royal Road has all of my stuff at the moment. This is the actually I could just do book, can't I? Can I just do book? Yeah, yes I can. Yeah, so Royal Road, which is the first link, has everything. Uh that has all 3 of my books, which is it should probably takes you to this page here. Um, Dropped. This is version 1. You are more than free to read that. Dual Isekai is these 2 are on hiatus. But Days Gone V2, this is the one that I'm currently working on. Um, Hearthbound, I'm letting you right now, it does have a warning in the very beginning. It is a very well-deserved warning for what it is. Um, and I don't mind pulling that up real quick either. Yeah, it's like I have a content advisory specifically for what it is.
The slow death,
Hey, get out of here, bot.
unforeseen,
There's gonna be another one.
unforgiving.
Wait, come on, hit me with another one of those. There it is.
So you have chosen death.
No, the bot, those bots always run in twos. Hearthbound, I think it's probably some of the best writing I've done, but it 100% deserves this content advisory. So just FYI on that. This one will only be updated when I actually have the mental fortitude to write it. Dual Isekai, I will get back into writing eventually. It is a self-insert shitpost that is turning into like a progression dark fantasy, I guess you could say. I apparently have this niche to write dark fantasy lately. And then Days Gone is Days Gone. I think we've talked quite a bit of that. Um, I use so yeah. I right out the bat, all of my book covers are AI generated. I don't have the money to pay for those. Otherwise, I would 100% be commissioning people to do these. But I also don't make any money off of these books, right? So I retain all my rights. I just don't make money off of them because I don't have the fan base for it. So just release it into the aether and see what sticks. I do feed it into an AI to get a blind read back of it and to also point out like it says lack of sensory details, and it will catch the occasional spelling mistake. Otherwise, what you see, like what I've written on stream, is exactly what is posted into each and every one of these. Basically, it's pointing out plot points for me and saying, "Hey, this might be a plot hole. Hey, this is the progression of this plot right here." That's all I get from it. And quite honestly, since AI skim all of these sites anyways, it's not like my book wouldn't end up in their AI registry anyways. So like, I might as well use it to my advantage. Exactly. Yeah, it's a tool. Um, like, hold on one second. I think I can actually. Let me skim up real quick. Um, that is. I'm trying to find where I can actually show that doesn't show like future stuff, because there are ideas I've also thrown at the AI. Um, that I have written elsewhere. Yeah, honestly, yes. And honestly, I think that's what AI ultimately like what our current iteration of AI will end up being is a tool as such. There are always going to be people who abuse a tool, but you can't blame, an impact trail for what the user of it does, right? Like if you use an impact trail properly, it's a great tool, but if you're using it on another person, obviously it's a murder weapon. Like um I mean, I technically could just show any of this, right? I wanted to grab one of my yeah, okay, here. Chapter. This is I wanted a review on this real quick. I wanted to uh basically go back through and talk about the point 0.5 chapters I have, right? Um Stepping out of Dagon's limited first-person perspective into third-person point view for your point 5 chapters is the most structurally successful decisions you've made in DG. Obviously, this is a glow up. This is not something that I can consider as a unbiased opinion. I already know this, but it is giving me the perspective of a slight glow up of why these are good choices, and I can use those to reflect and then self critique because I'm very good at self critiquing my own work. I think most people are the harshest critiques of their own works. Um, and it tells me why. Because like using I would create the auditory clutter. Third person limited she acts as a camera over the shoulder effect. It immediately signals to the reader we are stepping out of the main vessel. We are now objective observers of this character. It maintains a healthy narrative distance while still allowing us access to their thoughts. And then dissection of it. Analysis. Her growling is an apology, but it's also apology. It's the piece of nonverbal character work. It shows her as the aggressive, profane exterior as a defense mechanism. She doesn't know how to handle a nice, soft maternal worth, so she reacts any sneer and pulls away. It humanizes her instantly. It's giving me the perspective that it's giving me a positive perspective that I don't innately see in my own work. Yeah, it's the users to blame for how they use the tool. And I'm using this to shine a light of positivity on things that I don't necessarily see or I myself don't call out. Also, because I write as these characters, there's a lot of things that I also may not see um because of that, because I'm blind as if I'm the character themselves, if that makes sense. And then yeah, it's this is the most important paragraph in Arc 1. If we only saw through Dagon's eyes, he would have woken up under a blanket and assumed she threw him in disgust. By stepping in her perspective, we see the exact moment of her transition. She doesn't cover him out of love, but she does it because of the weight of the necklace makes her guilt. She does it as a begrudging tribute to Abbott. It proves she is capable of restraint, setting up her future non-lethal tolerance, which I honestly, this isn't something I think of in the moment, right? And mind you, this is a review after 50 or so chapters that I'm going back and like asking the AI this. Yeah, it's like footnotes. It's literally like footnotes, except it's from a slightly biased point of view. Yeah, it's Spark Notes. Yeah, it's like it's a slightly biased point of view meant to be like, hey, this is something that you may have missed. This is why these scenes are important, right? This is why, like, this is the dissection that this is able to pull and understand from the entire work. And then the same thing with like 29.5. So it's helping me reevaluate it pretty much is all that is. And then of course there has been the one or two rare catches of where like I didn't realize I was progressing a plot point when I was, which was also fun. But yeah, that's what I use like the AI tools for. So when you say when it shows a like when I've posted like, hey, I'm using AI tooling for this, that's what I mean. I'm going through, I'm having it read, I'm having it give me the notes and a different point of view that I more than likely don't have. And then, of course, like I said, I also have Justin, whenever he's awake and whenever he does read, give me his own feedback as well. So I also do have human feedback there. I used to have another plus one who would do reading. Their life is busy though, so I can't necessarily just send them an off the wall chapter whenever I want, sadly. Plus, I don't think they've read much of version 2 anyways. But they were pivotal for version 1 for getting it to where it was. So, I also do have a human plus one that's backing me up in that regard. That's it. Let's scroll back down. So that's the thing though, is like any input, especially in such like a blind read, is good input. Because even if you don't necessarily have the big picture or you don't have um the author's knowledge of what I'm trying to imply in certain scenes. The fact that you're able to be like, "Oh, hey, I don't like this because of this bitch," or "I love this because this kind of makes me feel like this." Those are all very, very good things. If you just look at it and be like, "Oh, yeah, cool. It's okay." This is a little bit of author bias here. But like if you just go in and be like, "Oh yeah, this felt like a good chapter. It read well." That's still good feedback. It's just not precise feedback, which is generally what I want. It legitimately, if you truly want to, whenever I do complete a chapter, I can just send you it. Actually, are you in I mean that also means I have to update this more often. Are you in my writing Discord? You are not. Are you are? Yeah, you're in my server. You're not in the writing Discord. Yeah, you are in my normal one. Yeah, I have I don't want to do that. I don't want to put it on that one. Because the writing Discord I have has like literally like these, and you get the full document. Plus, when it is working, you would also get the PDFs that you could just click and download. You can go through the what is this called? Threads, and just like get all of this info. So when I'm actually using this properly, which I should be more, because it's a great fucking tool, you could literally just click on one of these and it'd pull it. 100%, yeah. I can send you the invite to this real quick, and then also toss you your own unique rule. Rule. You get your own rule. Rule. Once again, zero pressure whatsoever to actually. Oh god, that is the entire rule list. I don't need to give you the rule list. I just want to give you the Discord. Good lord. There you go. Zero pressure to literally read or do anything. It's whenever you wish to. I'm gonna BRB my screen just so I can pull this up on my main monitor and do this. Yeah, because that is a that link is always active. So if you find someone who's like, "Hey, I actually like this book," you are more than free to invite them to the Nook. Let's see here. Oh my god, I haven't made a new roll in forever. What funny roll do I want to make you? Hmm. Let's see. Make believe land, day, month, year, fun side, Lord. Oh whoa. Hmm. Quipted. Oh no. I can't. How would I spell quipted? It would be like CWY qui. It would, oh my god. It's like CWY quipted. Oh, you said haunted. How would I do haunted? Wanted quipted. There we go. Wanted quipted. What color do you want? Haunted. Oh, that's better. That's a better spelling of it. Hauntide. It's like hauntide. Pink, you get pink. 100% you get pink. How many other people? We got a few people who are pink. That's fine though. Pink is good. Nobody can mention the roll. It's not displayed differently. Boop. And then I do need to move this into personal roles. Boop to boop. Pink is such a good color. Flock. Ah, you do the same thing I do. You also delete your intro. Ha ha ha. Yeah ha ha. Oh wait, did you delete your intro? I think you did. Or did it kick you? There you are. Nope, there it is. Boop. Personal roles. Haunted, cryptid. There we go. And then I get to add you to the list. I'm gonna throw you under there. Haunted, cryptid. Perfect. I need to color code the personal roles I have in here at some point. Okay. I'm done having fun with there. Yeah, the next big, once I'm done with 54, I will be posting another official release. And then it should just notify you if you, or at least it should give you a ping in the server for the official release. And hopefully at that point as well, the PDFs will also be working again. Because I think the last one, yeah, the last one worked. The current one, the PDF broke. So that'll probably be worked on today or tomorrow. Probably today though, because I'm going to angry sip glare at Justin when he wakes up. Yeah, definitely. Like, and I will fully understand if you like read within like the first 5 or 10 chapters and you're like, "Hey, this isn't a book for me." I will totally understand that. Um, if that does happen, I would like your feedback on why though. Even if it's just like, "Hey, this doesn't rub me the right way," or "It doesn't hold my interest," like whatever it is. Like that is still very valuable feedback. And I would greatly appreciate it. Like I don't expect deep analysis. Yeah, no, like it is like you could just not be in the mood for it. Things could be too dark for you, or things could just be too like there are so many different reasons, right? Just throwing out random ones. Like fully understand. Yeah, so the character itself, Dagon himself is a limited first person perspective. You will get, yeah, so yeah, the main story is limited first person perspective because Dagon himself is a unreliable character. Uh because of like the traumas and everything he has. You will get snippets of, not really snippets, but you will also get dialogue from Queen, which is a individual that resides within Dagon. So you also get her commentary that kind of juts out, almost feeling out of nowhere. Um, yeah, definitely. So like, if you're interested in trying to see the limited first person perspective, this book might be good. If you are interested more in third person, Dual Isekai is more third person. And then I think Hearthbound is a very heavy book to start with, first and foremost, as I'm going to say again. That is a shifting first person perspective. You get many different people's first person perspective. Yeah, so Hearthbound is VTuber Feather, FYI. That's like tragic backstory in writing. Dual Isekai is quite literally me and Justin in another world if we were isekai. And it makes direct call outs to our lives. So have fun tearing that shit apart. uh you'll rarely see Justin, he's the head mod. He's also the one that's done all of the bot development in for like anything I use, basically. So like BookBot you see in there, my gamble system, all of that, yeah. Yes, yes, we do. I think I made notes of where in the No Man's Sky thing that we talked about your our random BS that we talked about for your like your ghost lore. I think I do actually have notes some. I think I made a file somewhere and I pushed down times and then I just never actually clipped the shit because I was more trying to find all of the mentions of it. So I'll have to find where I fucking put that document again. I have way too many documents. I have so many documents. Oh, I just realized that's actually being picked up because it's like right next to the mic. I have a dragon egg that I'm fiddling with in my hand. We did talk about a lot. We did. Oh man. And then I did clip just after we were done talking about the ghost stuff today. So there is that. I also just realized I haven't been pushing my VODs to my VOD channel. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I wish it just auto pushed from Twitch, but you have to go through and actually be like, push to YouTube, push to YouTube. Which is fine. Like, there's not too much. Actually, there's quite a bit that we've missed then. Rip. That's fine. Yeah, I've been wanting new material to read, and I'm just so picky on my subject that I run into the problem of my brain not being enter. Yeah, that's fair. Um, which is why I will not be like, there's no problem if you're like, oh, this doesn't interest me. Like, I'm not gonna have a problem with that. I already know that Days Gone is a very niche read as it is, so perfectly fine with that. I'd say Duelist Isekai is probably aimed more towards like a larger crowd, and Earthbound is even more niche than Days Gone because of like the subjects it touch. But I also, like I said, I think Earthbound is my best right, which is great if it's right up your alley. Perfect, because like always love more readers or anyone who's willing to like give an opinion. Which is why like and here this man right here, Itkoven, I don't know how to say his name, is probably the largest like responder throughout these chapters, just dropping off like, "Hey, this is cool. This is this. There's a problem here that you missed." Like all of those, his comments, I absolutely love. Like as you see, he does do a lot of comments, even if they're not all positive. I absolutely respond to each and every one and just be like, "Hey, understand where you're coming from." Blah 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 blah. Who's your favorite? Okay, so you mean like favorite character? I could tell you. Oh God. Okay, so if you're actually reading this, I could tell you the number one fan favorite character is Valia. I don't. Yes, I know you're asking for my favorite. I am biased leaning towards Valia because Valia is Valia. Um okay. I can tell you without a shadow of the doubt that my least favorite character is Entropy. My most favorite. I think the character I have my most favorite writing is Xylus. I love writing Xylus because it is just unfiltered. It is completely unfiltered. Like, imagine being able to say literally what's on your mind, and there is absolutely no force on this planet that can stop you. Or tell you that you're or that has the power to forcibly correct you. That is Xylus. There are so little fucks that she has to speak them in order for them to like she is vulgar. She is like that's like she's there. She is unhinged, unrestrained, uncontained, and there is nothing that stops her from speaking her mind. Truly a liberating experience to write as. And the it is always a fun challenge to come up with a new way to insult my own characters as Xylus. Probably the most fun character to write. Entropy is we have only there has not been much of entropy in the book yet. And from a reader's perspective, if you get to them, they are probably the most convoluted and confusing character in the book at this point. But I promise you, I hate them with a fiery pendant, fucking, like, with my entire soul. Because of what they are to the book and to just how they talk. The fact that I've made a character that I myself hate so much and also can't just get rid of is so troublesome. So troublesome. I feel like for every one sentence that Entropy says, I need like 30 lines of Xylus dialogue to like balance out the palate in my mouth. But it ultimately makes Entropy that much better of a character. So like I will shit on them all day, but Entropy is very much as a much of a character just as much as Xylus is. And then Dagon is a challenge to write because, like I said, it's a limited first person perspective. He's not necessarily always telling the reader the truth. Or let me rephrase. He is telling the truth, it's just through his lens. And his lens is a very biased one. So you get what Dagon feels and understands and thinks of in that situation, even if it isn't truly what's happening. Even if that's not truly the intention. In like a third person, like over the shoulder view of certain scenes, you would get that, like, you would see the like anxiety and fear, and you would get the feelings and sensation of what Dagon feels, but you would then get the sometimes polar opposite of that from another character, right? So you'd understand that like Dagon is afraid, and he understands the situation completely different than what the other character is trying to portray. But from limited first person perspective, all you get is the direct, innate, carnal feedback of what Dagon is thinking and feeling. You don't get the pleasantries of seeing it from the other side. Which I think is a very core building part of like the limited first person perspective. It's kind of like how I can't remember which there were a few books I've read where like you're following the main character and it feels like they're doing all of these good and great deeds only to like truly pull away at some point in the perspective to realize that the person we're following is actually the big bad of this world, and to really see like the damage and destruction that that character is doing to everything, or like the grueling punishments that they're putting the air quote friends through in order to achieve their end game, right? It's kind of like one of those, except Dagon is, I don't want to say it's like the opposite of that. Well, I guess it would kind of be the opposite of that, right? But it's not like he's seeing everything through a grim dark lens and then everything is all bright and shiny on the other side, because things are all grim dark to a degree. Like grim and dark, not grim dark. Yeah, so it's one of those fun challenges of the perspective that makes Dagon quite the character to write. Jostrum's also really fun to write, but that's like for entirely different reasons. Baku's all right. Trying to remember, like I have a lot of characters in this book. Mm, Kolth. Kolth is a dick. I don't like writing as Kolth. But yeah, no, I think my like number one spot has to go to Xylus as like favorite character to write. I think yeah, yep. We're just leaving it at favorite character to write in Xylus. Because like if I try and start categorizing like different categories of like, oh, this character is this, like my favorite character for this and my favorite character for that, like it gets I could tell you my favorite character in Dual Isekai is Morakai. She is the demoness. She is the goddess, air quotes, for Feather, aka me. Lysera's a solid second though. Who she is the goddess for Saurus, aka Justin, in Dual Isekai. Both of the demoness and the goddess are super fun to write because they are just so done with the main characters, aka Saurus and me's bullshit. It's great. Beautiful. 100,000%. Yeah, Lysera is the overworked goddess that oversees the protagonists. Because there was no goddess that fit my portfolio, I got a demoness instead. And she absolutely loves torturing me. So both Lysera and Mordecai have to work hand in hand because uh, Justin summoned me, aka Dual Isekai, as his first wish. So a demoness and a goddess have to work together, which is even more bullshittery than. Yeah, it's great. It's great. I don't want to use ruckus here. Like, ruckus does feel correct. Minor disturbance. Yeah, minor disturbance. That's good. That's good. Also, hey, look, there's another tool I just used. Doesn't mean I'm using synonyms to write my entire book. Dab. Ooh, this one's actually probably going to be a good Frosty Tools. Actually, the last Frosty Tools was probably good too, right? Oh, no, because that was over an hour ago. Yeah, let's see what this Frosty Tools is. The chat's aflutter with ghostly bookworms. Ghost is on a quest for new reads, battling the first-person dragon but embracing third-person tales. Izakai's next adventure. Plus, there's talk of compiling spectral stories. I've been stolen. But embracing third-person tales, Isekai is their next adventure. Plus, there's talk of compiling spectral stories and a favorite character reveal from Days Gone that leaves them in suspense. Feather's writing is right up their alley. No picky brain problems here. That's actually, I do like that Frosty Tools. Not enough to pin it, but that is a good one. It could have been so much better. No. Ghosty bust. I almost said ghosty bust. Scripted. Oh my god, hi, easy. I was literally just gonna hit my BRB screen. You've picked a hell of a time to come in. Actually, I'm curious, does your alert go over the BRB screen? I need you to talk easy. Hit me with something. Say something. Oh my god, it does! It does go over the BRB screen. Let's go! You must be healthy first? I will be healthy first. Christ me, boys! Chanting at me, save me! Oh my god. Okay, cool. Nice to know that I could just click on my BRB screen and it does that. But yes, I will do my hydrate. I'm legitimately going to do full body stretches as I walk up the stairs of me asteroid to go up there. And then when I get back, I will be the posturiest of postures. There will be 0 shrimping just for you, Easy. So give me a 1 second. I did just hydrate. I'm going to double hydrate though because that was caffeine. You get caffeine plus normal hydrate, so feel special. Okay, yeah, BRB. All right. You're free! We have freed the ghost! Praise be the cryptids that we have freed on this day from their mighty oppressors. All right. Was I muted for that? I wasn't muted for that. Oops. Ah. Welcome back, Ghosty. I am now also back. Oh, I need to like perfect posture check for Easy because he has paid the amazing toll of the full ass Happy Meal. I guess okay, so if I'm saying there's a full ass Happy Meal, does that mean I'm implying there's a half ass Happy Meal? Do you just get like the one cheek Happy Meal? Does that mean you only get like 2.5 nuggies instead of like 5? Ah, there we go. There we go. Yep. All my blankies resecured. Consider the nugget duplicator. The nugget duplicator? Oh, is that like the dupe glitch that we currently have? Ah, okay. It feels weird to have my back all straight. Not really. It actually feels a little bit more comfortable. What? Apparently you can't type because that's a blank message. What? How did you can you just like hit space and hit send? How did you send a blank message? Excuse me? Try typing. What the fuck? Okay, mine doesn't send though. Do I have to hit space before it? Yeah, my okay, so like if I do it without it's because of the dot. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't do you're just pulling some fucking black heresy fucking magic out of your ass or something. You got some Twitch voodoo going on. I'm purging your chat. Fucking some heretical bullshit over here. E E. Where's that crispy Lord Farquaad E meme when you need it? I could just only type to your overlay this way. Can you? Wait, do the do the spaces actually show up in my overlay? I wasn't paying attention. There are no message there are no messages in Bossing Say. They do? Oh my god, I wasn't paying attention. That's kind of hilarious. And you're VIP, so you just bypass everything too. I think mods also bypass everything. Also, hold on a minute, because I keep looking at it and then I keep forgetting to hover. How do you have a water slug? What is this water slug you have, Ghost? This badge was earned by subscribing or gifting a sub to a streamer in the Subnautica 2 category during week 1 of launch. Oh, that's cool. Oh, you're getting something else? What you getting, Ghost? Can I just like copy your blank? No, I can even copy your blank. Wait. Yes, I can. No, it doesn't do anything if I copy your blank. It also doesn't send. Yeah, it just sends it. I have to type something else for the A, and then it just doesn't send anything. Okay. Easy's just got some weird wonky magic going on in the sideground. It does on the overlay. That's so weird. You're just sending like encrypted messages to the overlay, and I'm just not seeing them, or I wasn't paying attention enough. So you know that one all white character? Yeah. Oh, see, that one appeared in chat easy. Not for you, really. Yes, Ghosty. I do know about the one character. Can I full preview this? You are sending me something? My eyes are glued to my Discord. A bomb. Same day delivery pipe bombs. Let's go. This will be my third one today. Let's go. Gonna start a little wall on my gonna start a little wall. Gonna start a little mount on my wall for all of these same day deliveries. It's so easy to make those though. Oh, I see the typing. I see the ghost type. Oh, the tail is wrong. Okay, but that still looks great. Oh my god. I'll have to scroll back up to actually re-see the character. Hold on. Hold up. Because I know I still got him in my DMs. Yes, that bad right there. That. I need a side. I need a cure. Okay. 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 Yup. I see what you mean. Well, actually, there isn't really. Well, okay, you can kind of see a tail there. You can't really see what it's like though. Right. I gotta play more Hightail. Looking back at our DMs, I would fucking be excited too. That's so nice. Mm. Yeah, I could see it coming together. I know it's like it's the rough state of it, but I can kind of see why they did the little bump at the end initially. Because it's almost like a tuft of fur, I'm assuming, is what they were probably considering. You completely forgot about Hightail. What the hell? Yeah, hold on. Can I actually like scroll up and not like hold on. Yes. I could just can I like I just want to squish this so I don't reveal DMs, even though there's like nothing important there. Yeah, no, because I originally sent Ghost uh pictures from Hightail, from like the Hightail little character creator for like my character. And I was like, oh my god, Hightail, right. We do. We should 100% do that. Like 10 trillion percent should play Hightail together. Actually, I think Justin might still have the day one world still up. We'll probably just grab the IP for that and so long. Oh, he probably has it whitelisted only though. I could fix that. I can have that remedied. But yes, 100%. Especially since we're on like, I think there's been like 10 major updates since its release, so there's probably a lot of extra stuff that's been released. I cannot wait. Yes. It does look like it does. So obviously, it's still in its rough early stages, but that is coming along rather well. I just realized I think a lot of my characters have that. Never mind. That is a internal thought that does not need to be an external thought. Fucking. That's what's a look. Just minor revelation of like the characters I create. Oh my god. I already have a world picked out for the photo shoots too. Oh, hell yeah, that's gonna be even better. Yeah, easy. When are you expanding the cavern to be in Hytale too? You could just do a full rebranding when you do it too, so you can drift away from the talk of ticks that you're not getting from the hole of ass that keeps cock blocking it. Oh, by the way, oh no. Is this another I gotta check my DMs? I feel like it might be. New TFTP. Yes, 17.5, right? The next big fucking balance thrashing shift patch. Which okay, hold on, minor rant. Um fucking the balance thrashing in this set has been like you can clearly tell Mort Dog has not been overseeing this patch or like this entire set. You could feel it so much. Like holy shit. Like okay, I'm not complaining that Mort Dog is giving other people the chance to learn from their mistakes and be a part of like actually giving them a hands-on experience to learn. Fully understand that because this set is it does have a very nice design to it. And I do feel like the design is great. It's just the balancing is truly, truly making this set feel like one of the worst. And it's a learning experience for this person, and I totally get that, but oh my god. Or actually, I should say people, right? Because it's not just one. Like, we do have one person overall who oversees most of it, right? But, oh, I'm happy that we've gotten to play through so many different comps. It's just that there needs to be finer tuning to it. And the only way these people will learn is obviously through, experiencing it like through Mort Dog's guidance to start with, but also doing it themselves and being given the environment and chance to do so. So, calling out that the set has had very bad balance thrashing, but also respecting that it's a learning experience and they are clearly trying their best, and that's all you can really ask for. Like, I can openly say something is bad, but also still respect the people trying their damnedest. Yeah, I would hate to be in their position. Yeah, yeah, getting this much hate for something they clearly love and enjoy, and also the stress of them potentially being burnt out because of it as well, right? Like, criticism is good, and there's always gonna be people who hate to hate. There's always gonna be people who criticize aggressively. And so, like, that there's always gonna be those no matter what you do. But the backlash because, well, I mean, this is probably gonna be generally considered one of the worst sets for balances, that person is gonna have to like, is understanding and dealing with that could easily lean to burnout and dispassion going forward, which I hope it doesn't kill their drive to do so, right? I do hope that they continue to try and learn and improve and be better. Just yeah, they did a good the set is nice and beautiful and great, but the balancing is the poor choice, is the poor thing here. And having someone who creates something understand that someone can both openly criticize and sometimes because of how aggressively someone hates it is because of how much they love it, right? Like, that's also something that I'm hoping they understand. People can be this up in arms because they enjoy and like what's in front of them, they just want it to be better. Which is how I try and look at, like, any negative reviews I get as well, or any negative comments I may get on, like, virtually everything I do. Especially with writing, because writing is never a writing is like cooking. The customer is right in the matter of taste, right? The customer always has what they like and what they enjoy. Um, when it comes to writing and cooking and even mod development like you have easy, there will always be people who specifically like specific things. Mo Foods is not going to necessarily appeal to, yeah, we are passionate about the things we love and it can come off as hate. Exactly. That is a perfect, beautiful statement to say. Like that perfectly encapsulates it. Sometimes the most vicious haters are the people who love and are so passionate about the things that they're talking about. But like with Mo Foods, I can bring this up specifically because this is Easy's mod for Minecraft that he is personally working on. You're not going to necessarily appeal to the people who want the quick payoffs with Mo Foods, unless you are willing to compromise on another part of the system, which then may piss off people who like the longer term and the grindy parts of Mo Food. Like, you will never be able to appeal to everyone in like those regards because people are always going to have their takes and always going to have like their tastes for things. Yeah, there will always be certain aspects that you can't improve. Mofu? Yeah. Mo Food. Mo Foods is the I think it's exclusive mod on Easy's Minecraft server. I don't know if I don't think he's selling it currently. I think it's in like two servers. But MOFOOD. Um yeah. Um but yeah, no, like in this regard, like it's this long term heavy emphasis on a repetition type of system that involves grinding out, unlocking higher level foods, cooking, um, yeah, cooking, discovery, and just like the slow increase of your own tool and farm space. That's not going to appeal to someone who maybe is more into like the action parts of like MMOs, right? So like that person's going to see this system and be like, "Wow, there's a lot of work that went into this. This isn't for me." Even though there's like, I'm sorry, a lot of work would take it would take me a lot of work to get into this system and progress to the point where I feel like I would be sufficient enough that this would be pleasurable for me. Or even just like avoid it entirely because it's just not what they want. Like, it's not the action, it's not, um, big number, go big immediately. Yeah, it's just demographics. I feel like I kind of lost my train of thought in how I was gonna handle that because I wanted to tie it back into, like, the whole argument of, like, you can't appeal to everyone, but that thread is going off into a different argument. I do think, like, it was, though, sufficiently covered with, probably roughly around the time that Three-Eyed Llama said we were passionate about the things we love, and I can come off as say it was probably the perfect endpoint for that. The discussion though, sadly, because I just kind of started rambling. Unlike this book I'm writing. Yeah, trying to make everyone as happy is a futile quest. But if you can make something that has an overall positive influence while also to a degree also making the person who created it happy, because I feel like that's another big thing that a lot of people overlook too is like there is the creation for creation's sake, right? Which is understandable and can be admirable in itself. But there's also that whole tie-in of like there's a lot of people who make things because it makes them happy as well. Kind of like the whole thing with like the Amazing Digital Circus, I think it was recently, where the author was just like, I just don't care anymore because this is no longer this was a passion project. It grew way beyond what I thought it would, and the fan base has tired and burned them out and they just don't care anymore. Like that right there, I feel like is a horrible ending to like what a product would be. Like I or what a even though the product is good and great and successful, I still feel like that overall is a failure in the end. Which might be a hot take. Barbie games exist and I will never play them, but I appreciate that they exist and someone plays them. I can't hate on creation. Yeah, that's fair. That is a very good take. Well, no, because any I was like, well, there are creations I can hate on, but like that's also a personal bias then at that point, right? Like I'm not perfect. I know there are things I truly despise or just don't like in general. But that just comes down to like the semantics and bias of it. I do enjoy that people are being creative and can have their own creative freedom and liberties to do so. I I feel like I am completely getting off the topics now though. Oh my lord. Okay, I need a mental reset real quick. Hold on. Where's my hydrate? We're hydrating to reset our mental on this. No, you're good. You're good. No, you are 100% fine. Mm. Honestly, all of this, like the streaming and talking and writing at once, is all just like brain exercises for me, and I truly enjoy it. Even if I've only written like 4 paragraphs in like 2.5 hours, just because I enjoy talking to them. I enjoy like the talks and the explanations and the rereads and just like the considerations everyone brings. That hasn't thrown me off from where I am mentally in this book, though, because we are still in the Dagon X Utagawa talk here. Um, Kind of like their own little push and pull of this part of the chapter, and I'm still considering doing a half chapter after this, specifically from Utagawa's point of view, probably touching on a little bit of the earlier parts in here or just after, like perhaps just after they leave this area, depending on how far this chapter goes. It distracted me work, so I'm not mad about it. Hey, that's all that matters. Positive experience, right? That's end goal. This was all a positive experience. No harms, no fouls, and well, hopefully most people enjoyed themselves. Which, yeah. Ah. Several shadows pass by me, the minor disturbance. It's not really disturbance, because he's talking about the people outside in the shop too. If not, then fight me. Fight me. Okay, how is that the quote that went? Fight me, hit me, give me a hug, I think was Team 4 Star Alucard's quote. Yeah, and then he murderizes someone. Yeah, so it's fight me, hit me, give me a hug. That was the quote I'm thinking of. My brain also does that thing where it's like it plays hot potato with like random things, so I'm easily distracted regardless. It's honestly amazing that I've gotten 102,000 words down for this book, much less the original 143,000 I did for version 1. Your brain works, it must be nice. I have one brain cell, his name is Hamtaro, and he currently runs on Spite. I almost want to say annoyance because Dagon is not a sociable person. Shout out to my man Dagon for being more like me. Um, which is really weird. I don't mind streaming and like talking to people via like reading messages. I find perfectly fine, but voice chats drive me up a wall, or just in person chats drive me up a wall. I don't know. I'm weird. My brain works in mysterious ways. I blame Hamtaro. Tango, mayhaps. I've had a lot of interesting and weird raids over the 12, 24, 36, 3 years that I've kind of streamed on and off on. Tango, Tango, Tango. I do feel like I know that name. I do try to raid a lot of people back. Which, oh, honestly, I feel like at this point, even though like I try and raid a lot of people, there's probably a lot of people I should unfollow just to clear out my list. Because there are so many people on Twitch that I follow that I just kind of don't watch. But that's also kind of on me because I don't watch a lot of Twitch. I think there's like 3 or 4 people I watch on Twitch. Tango Tech. Oh, Hermitcraft Nerd, mayhaps? They may have rated me during a... Oh, probably wasn't out during Hytale. Or like the initial Hytale launch. There's definitely been various Minecraft streams I've had. Maybe. Yeah. It was probably during one of those. Which we'll get back into Hytale eventually. And if I ever have the audacity to stream more Minecraft, it'll be on Easy server more than likely. Which he's already okayed me for, and I have a way to turn off my moderative windows, so that's fun. Oh, but I'd have to. I also carry around a lot of illegal items, so I'd have to kind of bank those elsewhere. Yeah. Things to consider for when I ever do stream back on that server. Hytale I don't think has fallen off. I think they've stabilized at this point. The last I saw is they did have update 10, I think it was recently. Update 6 was 6 days ago. Yeah, so they're still doing like I'll just pull this over here real quick. Yeah. June 4th, pre-release patch update 6 part 2. They are still doing major releases and tons of stuff. Like they got the server discovery menu, customize items further with per stack name and description overrides. Like they're still trucking along with this. And it's been very consistent on what they've been releasing. It is its standalone thing. So have you ever played or heard of the game server Hypixel? Because, the most successful Minecraft server in all of existence. Hypixel is literally the owner and creator of Hytale. The TLDR of it is Hypixel initially started creating Hytale. Hytale was sold off to Riot Games. Riot Games held on to it for a while, and then they were going to decommission it because they weren't going to be able to make the satisfactory project out of it that they wanted to. And Simon, who I believe is one of the big names in Hytale, rebought it, rebought Hytale off of Riot. And now they are openly developing and showing the process as they go along. So it is a very open shown process of how they're building Hytale to be what it is. So you're getting a lot of the patch notes. You are getting a ton of announcements. They're showing you when they're hiring or when they're hiring people. They're telling you, hey, this is how many people we're looking to bring onto the team. These are the people that are coming onto our teams. They're constantly doing mod like extravaganzas where like modders will make mods and then they get payouts for those. So like there's like here, growing the team by 20 to 30 people in the next few months. Keep an eye out for more upcoming roles. Like they're being very open and very showing what's happening. Yeah. Simon himself, who's like I said, the big name of this all, he posts a lot on Twitter and various other things as well, like showing, hey, this is what we're doing. And he's very responsive with the community as well. So still a very solid, a very ongoing and growing project as well. So I think it's respectable. I think I don't know if it's going to be the air quotes Minecraft killer that most people called it on initial concept several years ago, because they have a very long way to go to even consider that. But with the ingenuity and being a better system overall, personally, I believe, than what Minecraft was built on. Granted, Minecraft has a lot that it was originally built on, but I feel like Hytale's groundwork and foundation will eventually build it and propel it to be better. I think Minecraft 2 will happen before that, mayhaps. I don't know how they would even I don't even know how Microsoft would go about launching a Minecraft 2. Because at that point, you might be dividing the player base, the massive player base that they have, right? Um, I feel like if there is a Minecraft 2, it would have to be like a total system restructure that tries to also incorporate like yeah, it's the same problem as WoW. Oh my, do not get me started on WoW. Um, um, I did QA for Blizzard for quite a few years. That is all I'm saying. When it comes to WoW and the Diablo games, do not get me started. I'm just happy I never touched Overwatch. I had the option to. I would have strangled myself. The several months I had, nope, we're not going down that road. We are not going down that road. QA exists. Yeah, shockingly, it does. And if you understood some of the like, there's a lot of things we catch before it actually gets into prod. Oh my god. Ah, yes, Blizzard does have QA. It's just it's been shrunken over the years, and I think it still continues to shrink to this day. Yeah, you could tell the eras when they had good QA. Cough, cough, nudge, nudge. Hmm. So it's not extra ass on lunch. Yeah, exactly. Look at look at Diablo 3's launch compared to Diablo 4's launch. I think that might be a very good telltale sign. Oh, yeah, no, I'm not PC, not console. I can't, I was not, a specific tester for consoles. Yeah, I can't comment on consoles. I mean, okay, so I can kind of comment on consoles because a lot of the things I was also doing, Seasons on console was a mess. Yeah, I no doubt on that. Because I mean, a lot of QA does transfer over between PC and console. It's more control wise for consoles and various formatting. Hmm, hmm, uh, it's not partying. The um, I almost said copulation. It's certainly not copulation. It's the festivities. Diablo for going back to D3 stuff is a big yeah, it is. It really is. It is basically a riff now. Yep. Yep. Oh, tirade? Not tirade. Um, well, it's not uproar either. There's a specific word I'm trying to think of it. I just can't think of it because my brain is not braining properly. We'll just go noise. Noise is fine. I'm just very happy I never had to have my name anywhere near Overwatch. Yeah, no, that's yeah. It's like you said earlier, there's uh hot enough passion can come off as hate. Because like there was clearly very specific parts that you enjoyed that was either stripped or torn away or broken down and reassembled in a different way that no longer brings that same joy, and it may be felt communally as well because it's obviously changed it so much that it's no longer a popular or well focused on aspect anymore. Just look at Reddit. I don't. I go to Reddit for my memes, and that is it. Okay, that's not true because there are some very well put together subreddits. I will admit. Um, but I don't do well with many social medias because I feel like I will gravitate towards the slushy, sloggy, um just cesspool parts of it because, well, bad brain attracts itself to more bad things, and that's just not good for my mental. Says the Twitch streamer. Ah, oh no! You know what I should really do? I should start streaming on Kick too. There we go. That'll do it. I'd stream. I dual stream on YouTube more, but like I just there's like zero viewers on YouTube all the time, even with like tags and everything else. I could be the sole person streaming a specific game or whatever, and I'd get negative viewers. YouTube just ain't it for me. This man is question. Look, there ain't nothing to question. I've already dug my grave. I'm just making sure the dirt's packed well enough above it. There were certainly a few things I could consider telling her. Might as well make a pretty grave. Exactly. Actually, I'm hoping to make it undistinguishable, so I'm not found for countless centuries. Sprinkle the grass on top of it and everything. Try and, like, make sure it's just like you just don't see it. Let nature take over. Maybe plant a tree above it. Actually, I'm curious. I should know the answer to that. I was gonna be like, I wonder if a tree is actually poisonous to, or a body would be poisonous to a tree's growth. But I feel like overall it'd probably have a beneficial nutrition, because I swear I remember there being a semi-popular cremation service of sorts that would plant a tree with your ashes or something like that from like quite a few years ago. Yeah, it's probably good for it. Oh god. Okay, what is Okay, so my initial thought of this part is like Dagon could very easily admit. Okay, he can't very easily admit because okay, that's the fight. This is the fight I'm having in my head because my mind is still wrapped around all of the lore and building in version 1 of this book. Um Mind you, like, okay, if we compare how much I've written here to version 1, this is roughly 45,000 words into V1 is where I would normally be at, and we're at 102,000 words here in V2. I think in yeah, because in V1, Dagon was nowhere near willing to admit that. Okay, we're kind of close. We were kind of close to where he would finally admit that he does like Thalia, which is where I'm thinking. This is what I'm thinking he's considering to admit here. I have to actually step back and not think of version 1 and version 2 and re-put myself back in Dagon's shoes here as he is right now. Because there's a lot he's already subjected himself through. That's so much different than V1. Like, this isn't just a V1 rewrite. Especially since we've already seen entropy in this remake. Like, that alone is already mocking V1. I do feel like so he's been mentally suppressing that he does enjoy that he deeply enjoys being around Valia. Um, Throughout, like, all of their interactions, especially when, like, she sleeps over, he's never saying that, like, she's beautiful or that she's, something he likes. It's comfort, it's efficiency, it's warmth, right? It's not beautiful, cozy, like, comfort is one thing, but, like, comfort, like, personal comfort, right? I think changing this from, like, Dagon's objective, "Hey, these are the benefits of her being here," to, "Hey, I think this is a little bit more than just me this is more than just the benefits," right? I feel like this would be in a it would be very hard for him mentally, wouldn't it, though? To take someone from that neutral space in which he can still pull away from and openly admit that he might think more of the person, right? I feel like but would he do it in this situation? Because clearly Utagawa is testing him, and he knows that. He knows this entire thing is a test to keep his mind off of everything that's around him, because if he pays attention to everything around him, he's gonna get himself in trouble. So would he be willing to admit something that he barely can admit to himself in order to keep that going and to potentially garner more personal information of Utagawa? Or well, he doesn't know currently that it's personal information. I know it's personal information. Um, but it's very clearly a wall she's putting up, right? And Dagon is curious because of the contract and because of what he's becoming. Like, just because his growth of a person is making him more curious and more confident in his curiosity, which is why he's like, "Hey, can you elaborate on that?" It's not a like, "Hey, tell me more about this." It's like, that he's still unsure, but he wants to know. So he goes from important to, "Okay, what's something important?" And something important to him is something he's probably not willing to admit. The very first clear thing I can think of is Valia. Like, he will never talk about Queen, especially not to Utagawa. So, like, Queen is completely off the table. There are various instances in his past that he could talk about, um, but those aren't things that he's not willing to admit, those are just his past. So, like, while it's important aspects, it's not something that he would consider important, because those are just that's the past, that's what happened, that's not important. Like, it's important, but, like, it's already happened. So for him to say something important, like, he could mention the Yinghua contract that he has, which is on his left arm or his right arm. Yeah, because he was sitting on the left, Valia was sitting on the right. Therefore, it is on Valia's left arm and it is on Dagon's right arm. Um, he could mention the Yinghua contract that he has with Valia. He could mention that he holds a cryptids contract, although he doesn't know the weight of that yet, so he doesn't want to play that card. Um, he's already basically told her about his lifestyle. So that's while it could be considered important, is also not really that important. Um, he wouldn't tell her about the defenses of his house. He probably wouldn't tell her about the traveler's rune because that would break CDS protocol. Um, A interesting bit of information he could share was that he knows Kolth went to a cryptids gala many, many moons ago, which is where he met Kolth. That could be considered important information. That is something he would probably consider. But no, I think ultimately, I think it's just probably his personal views on things, right? That he would be considered important enough to actually say. Like, he could like, important is, like, survival aspects, tips, and tricks. Like, he knows he could explain to her why he would pick up one piece of tech junk as compared to something else, but, like, that's not really important to him, that's just, like, his way of life. It's important information, it's just not important to him. He doesn't really have many things that are important to him because, well, of how he operates and thinks. God, it really does just lead back to Valia at the moment. Not really to say he's a one-dimensional character, it's just that his growth is very it's just mental, it's just very selective. I think I was originally so my current, thoughts and considerations was having him talk with Valia after this entire, Kolth contract expires and after he's back home to really have him sit down or at least have Valia sit down and talk to him, right? Because she's gonna be wanting more results than just, well, being friends, because she obviously feels a certain way. Well, okay, that's also putting it maybe a little too bluntly. She is getting comfortable with living in the hovel. So she wouldn't mind really being more, but she's also not necessarily pushing for it either. She's just it's just kind of naturally happening, right? I think the biggest thing Valia would be looking for is reciprocation because she's more than fine currently walking on eggshells because Dagon is growing and she can see that. But that's not but she would also like the admittance of like, hey, I under like of her own feelings and understanding of it. So if Dagon sits here long enough and really considers and thinks about it, which I mean, this is post food clarity, trying to understand and trying to give something, trying to say something that's important enough for him that Utagawa would also open up about whatever it is that she's considering. It's also a good way of Dagon finally showing that there is this, lever of trust that he is giving her instead of just saying so. Um, all roads lead back to Valio, truly, because everything else is basically off the table for him. So it's truly just like his own feelings and considerations, especially since he's already brought her up once before. to how I guarded. Let's not italicize this. Just way of life or God, I love Frosty Tools. It's great. I wouldn't say it's that's the best recap, but it's up there. That was still a pretty decent recap for today. Or weren't important to me, just a way of life, or yeah, the bot does go crazy. The Frosty Tools is pretty good with that. Oh, have I played the seasons in D4? No, my QA for D4 ended slightly after release. So, okay, technically the answer is yes. Um, technically my answer is yes, but not on live servers. Oh. How May did they QA? Can you rephrase that question? Also, there's probably a few things I can't answer. Um, because there are still some NDA things that I can't talk about when I was working for Blizzard. Oh, thank you for the other Happy Meal, Easy. Now I have to Oh no, you good, you good. Oh. Oh, I just felt my back pop in like 4 spots. Let's go. I guess I can finish off the final. Oh, no, I do have another one. Ha ha ha. Finish off my caffeine hydrate over here. Your Wi-Fi died as soon as you did those redemptions. That's because you're not also doing. You're not giving yourself the happy meal as either. What would Eldiko say if she didn't know you were if she knew you weren't hydrating easy? She would angry sip glare at you. Mm. Ah. Reposture like 4 times because I just keep wanting to slouch. Oh. Right. Stretch done. Posture done. Hydrate done. Yeah, cool. We're good. Yeah, no, I think there's like oh god, I'd actually have to check on the NDA, but there's like 5 and 10-year NDAs that I have. Just like I can't talk about the classes that I may or may not have that they may or may not have released. I can't talk about those. I can tell you I worked on a lot of classes. Well, okay, I didn't personally work. I tested. I gave the quality assurance test to a lot of things that were in the works. Which okay, like because of anonymity, I could probably talk a decent amount about it. It's just better safe than sorry. Because my luck, I just have that one employee that'll randomly check my stream and be like, "Oh man, he's talking about the giant duck class that we had in testing. Time to hit him with a cease and desist and like a $50,000 fine. Yuck, yuck, yuck." That was an example. I made the giant duck class up on the spot. Oh my god, is this just turning into a whole fucking Valia thing? I could probably turn the rest of this into a Valia thing. Oh my god, I might just be doing that. Okay. Yep, yep, that's fair. I feel like that's kind of is that is really kind of how this is going. Because Udogawa is just gonna be like, well, no fucking shit. He's gonna be like, well, what do you mean no shit? That no. And then she's gonna be like, yeah, X, Y, and Z. And he's gonna be like, no, X, Y, and Z. And then Udoka is just gonna be like, well, you just said what I just said. How can that not mean the same thing? Mm. Fuck it. I don't remember how to spell this. Is it Ying? It is. Ah, there we go. Okay, cool. So I did spell it right. You know, instead of doing that, I'm just gonna say the does he explain this? Ooh, I guess the better question is, would Utagawa know what this contract is? She would know what the tree is. She would know what a cherry blossom tree is, very obviously. But I don't think she would know what the contract is, so she would let him explain it, which is fair. That would wilt if either of us intended harm on one another. I feel like that's a fair statement. I don't know if it's the most accurate. I mean, it is basically the most accurate, right? Hmm. I'm getting side distracted on something else on one of my other monitors I have to check out real quick. Tis be fine, tis be fine. Okay. Um, to break our agreement or to hinder our agreement? He would say hinder. But is hinder accurate? I guess it's accurate. Our accord? I don't think he'd say accord. Um, our arrangement. Her sturm. Her sturm. Her sturmnum. Uh, I keep calling her expression icy. Like, it's technically icy, right? But, like, it's also, like, or icy or cold. I need better synonyms. Frozen, freezing. Yeah, of course, it's just gonna be like that. Um, stalwart. Stalwart. That works. This is also something else I've noticed with me, like the difference between me writing on stream versus me just writing by myself is because I am actively attempting to continuously talk and or speak aloud, which is something I am not good at. Um, I am a much slower writer when I'm doing this, which is fine by me. I think that's fine because it's helping me improve talking and speech. Um, but oh my lord, is my pace so much slower as well, right? Uh, opposite side of that, I do feel like my writing is uh tighter. Like it's more well put together when I'm verbally on stream as well. So there is also that aspect of that. And here I am clicking over on a Discord I don't need to be checking because I am streaming and there are other people who can check that Discord. I do not need to moderate for that at the moment. Kick. Okay. Her Stearns. Stern stalwart. The flirt time, the first time. Her Stearns stalwart expression like gears breaking free and missing. Would she say no? She's not Xylus. Xylus would just outright say it. This ain't a Xylus moment. Now that I'm really thinking about it, I don't know if he would classify Valia as a friend. Actually, I don't even know how many people he would classify as a friend. Mutual agreement. Valia might be more than just a mutual agreement. Do you have a chart like that? No, no, I do not. Why? Would you want me to create one? Oh god, how would I even do that? I mean, I could actually hold on a second. I could fairly easily do that. Let me open up this real quick. That is the right upload stuff. I would want cavern stuff. I would want this. And then I would want to open up this. And then I could just pull this down here. No, I'm very good at keeping mental track of a lot of things. So this is still all of the Elin stuff that I have set up, which we will eventually get back to. But yeah, no, I could just be like, it's okay, maybe not that large. Actually, how did I do it down here? Oh yeah, I did do like the full whatever's of this, right? Yeah. Like I could easily just be like there we go. I could easily just be like Dagon, and then I'd just be. Oh god, so that would that be primary nodes? How would I do this? I do primary nodes and secondary nodes, but if I did primary and secondary, that means people would have to be secondary, right? Or would I just give everyone their own? I'd probably give everyone their own unique nodes. I'd have to also figure out good colors. No, that's an interesting color. Nope. Eh? I'd probably like that. What's the color in this then? Oh my god. Okay, it's the stroke color. There we go. It'd be like that. Yeah, no, like I could fairly easily do that. That is actually um the plan I had for that's actually Dagon's hovel. So that's fun. Of course, I could always just create a new board of this as well, but yeah. Yep, yep, yep. It is all kind of mental collections at this point. I don't actually have any of that written down. But it's also like it's also rather easily like at least for me, it's easily remembered. There's no like mixtures of it. Um, the biggest problem and the biggest hurdle I have is what the is so like there's clear um there's clear ways why how one character may think of someone that's different than what the other character thinks of. But like that's natural, right? Like one character might be head over heels for the other one might feel utter disdain. That's a very common trope, right? Uh in this perspective right here, it's mostly just Dagon finally admitting something that he would otherwise not naturally admit, even to himself. That is the like coming to terms thing of this. I just went up like 30 or 40. I went up 30 views on in Royal Road. That's cool. Just a random extra 30 views out of nowhere. That's probably just like 30 of the viewers catching up on other things. Do be making sense. Do be making sense. I don't have this window open, do I? No, no, I don't. Okay. I had to double check OBS real quick because normally I have another window open right here, but it's just chat at the moment. Well, it's chat and it's Twitch chat and technically it's the Planka board for something open on that one. So I was like, huh. Should probably double check to make sure I'm not just like showing that to the world. I've used Sharply a lot. Let's see if I can synonym this to something better. I feel like just saying, "Oh, she likes you," that feels like very high school-esque. I don't feel like that's very Utagawa. How would I actually word this better? Like, I don't think she'd say love. She could say something like, "Oh, well, she's certainly savoring her kill now, isn't she?" So, dang, I'm sorry to tell you, but I think she's savoring her kill before diving in. Yeah, I feel like that's very on brand. Actually, honestly, I don't think I have enough words to end it just right there, but, like, I feel like that'd be hilarious to end it right there. Okay, technically, I almost have enough words that I could end it right there. Just chapter ending. I'm sorry to tell you, but I think she's savoring her kill before diving in. Would be absolutely peak. Actually, I can check to see if I have it, if that would be, that would probably end up being one of my shorter chapters. 1,800, 1,700, 1,500, 21, 19, 17, 2000, 16, 15. There was a 1,460. How many is this? Actually, and crying over hot pot makes this even more hilarious. There is a 1,460 word one. There's also a 2,400 one, 1,500 one. 0.5 chapters don't count. I mean, they do, but they don't. There's also a 1419. There's a 1,394. There's a 1,200 word one. Oh my god. I'm gonna go back and write an extra 300 words in each of those, I swear to god. Not really. Okay, yeah, no, I could legitimately end it right there. I feel like hold on, let me give this chapter another quick read. Hmm. That's just like minor economy notes. This feels like a pressure relief release chapter, and I don't know if I necessarily needed one right here. But it's also like character building between the two. How many words is this again? 1486. Okay. Yeah, no, I think I can live with that. I think I could honestly live with that being a chapter. Kind of funny too. DM? I do have a DM. Do I want to keep Hot Pot? Like this could be. No, I still feel like that's fair. I still feel like that's fair. Honestly, honestly, Utagawa's probably crying over Hot Pot right now because of that. Although the more that I'm thinking about it, I think it's the less I want to do a half chapter right here because of what this is. Because this is certainly a pressure release chapter, and I don't feel like doing two of them back to back would be correct. Although I guess it really depends on how I do Utagawa's perspective. Mm, actually, actually, because they'll be leaving this afterwards. And I think this will be one of the rare times I can show Dagon from a different perspective. This could be a very pivotal half chapter. Because the previous ones were completely detached from Dagon, but you still got to see the other characters' third person perspective, right? If I perspective shift into Utagawa as they leave and do the walk that way, I can not only show Dagon in a third person perspective that isn't his, I could also push and show exactly all of the things that they're potentially walking by that Utagawa is aware of because of her position, right? Yep. 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 We're gonna do that. 513, probably like 6:40 something. We'll do 6:48 a.m. We're just gonna yoink this real quick. Oh, how do I want to handle this? So, like, I know I have this general idea for it already. I guess it's just trying to get into Urugawa's head at this point. Like, I'd say I'm fairly there because she basically, I mean, okay, she doesn't really have like her fingers around Dagon entirely because she still has her own walls up. But this certainly just helped bulldoze quite a few. Okay, I think I have an idea on how I want to do this. I have something else I could chew on over here real quick. Oh, no shit. Nope. I think I'm out of turkey bones. Rip. Or at least usable bones that like won't snap. Oh wait, I lied. I have this bad habit of chewing on like sticks or like toothpicks and stuff. So Hmm. There we go. Hey, welcome back, Mariners. Okay. Yep. I think I know how I'm going to handle this. Especially since this. Oh my god, this. Okay. Like I know how I want to handle this, but also this is the first time I get to put Dagon in a third person perspective that isn't his. Like how there's so much. There's so much I could do. Actually, there's so much I also can't do because it's specifically from Utagawa's third person. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Yeah, how no 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 no. This was the chapter I didn't know I needed. Okay. I guess we just open up as as we normally would, right? I have to scene set because they're leaving the hot pot. That counts, right? I can do the I can do that. That counts. Actually, hmm, this is gonna be a weird, not really a weird Google search. When does the sun come up in Japan in August? Oh wow, 4:50 to 5 something a.m. So the sun would definitely be up at this point. Okay, now I have to actually reread slightly and see if I've been making this a dark setting or not. Uh, because they are using the like it would still be dark enough for these lanterns to be in effect, right? Yeah, so I don't ever expressly say if it's dark or bright. The implication is that it's dark, or at least dark enough that the lanterns are casting shadows. And inside buildings, this makes sense. Yeah, so that does make sense. And I think that's fair. I need to be careful about this, though, on how I'm describing this. I think I'm just going to open up with Utagawa talking. I think that'll be easier. I think that'll be cleaner. Because any brighter out, you might see what I was talking about. No. Um, side? I use side a lot. What do you got for me for synonyms, Mr. Fucking Documents? Exhaled, moaned, groaned, groaned. Groaned is good. Let me read the other point 0.5 chapters real quick. Ah, okay, so that's how I go about explaining those. I can feel want the compassion. Yeah, it's still like viewing their actions and not so much diving into their minds. Like I slip a few things in here or there. Mm, and I do want to continue half chapters being a third person perspective. Which okay, this is gonna be a little bit more difficult than I initially thought of. Because I'm not able to truly grasp I'm not really truly able to grasp Utagawa's thoughts without actually, like, diving into a first person perspective, I feel like. Okay, so the threat assessment I can more than easily do. It's just going to be the how I'm gonna be able to try and play what I want Utagawa to, like, say and do, right? Because I could 100% still play the Utagawa perspective of this and show that while Dagon is actively assessing and focusing on her as he agreed to, how much she's doing to kind of stave off the wary glares of others or like other beings that may be potentially interested. And doing that simply just by existing next to him, right? Yeah, I think it's just I gotta figure out how I want or how much I want to push this for the half chapter. Hmm. Because I do think I want to lead this into 55 and 55 being the closing chapter for the day for them. And then 56 picking up with not necessarily the walk. Well, okay, so if 55 ends the day, 56 will ultimately be the initial morning after and the re-arrival at Shimpo no To. So yeah, 56 day after Shimpo no To, 57 is ultimately the leaving and coming home, with 58 being the volley attack, more than likely. Right? I feel like that is the appropriate line of action here. I think, therefore, I am. I need to consider how. Well, because 55 is definitely going to be an emotional build-up of bullshit. I already know that. And honestly, depending on how it plays, it might also be 55 and 56. That's anywhere between 14 and 1,400 and 5,000 words dedicated to that scene, which I think is appropriate. It's probably closer to like the 2 to 3K mark, I feel like, depending on how heavy I want to make it be. This scene, though, because it's third person perspective, I can show everything else that's been along the way. I just need to figure out how to Utagawa in third person. Utagawa in 3K. Ever lessening? Yeah, I figured it was hyphenated. I just didn't think about it when I typed it. Re. Yo. Fuck. Because can I just do Kai and pull it up? Because I know I don't have the. Yeah, there it is. How many times have I misspelled it? I've only misspelled it once. Boop. Get fucked. Oh, fours? Four ones. Wasn't a. Oh god, brain. Uh, for once, actually, I don't need a comma there. For once, the avoidance these beings gave her the simple glance and distant thicket. Um. For once, the avoidance these beings gave her, the simple glance and distance they kept, was a wanted outcome. Ah, here I am, almost freaking shrimping again. Let me fix that. Ah, there we go. Um, let's actually extend this slightly. Um, almost would be like Demons of Yore, but like that. Presents. I'm not gonna say Udogawa easily wrangled them in, but like Udogawa's intuition. Okay, how does that work? Uh, where to now? The yokai. From the evidence of these beings, per the simple. Well, the most secure place I could think of outside the tower. Outside of the tower. Feeling his gaze wander her, a puzzle to be solved, a riddle to learn. The trek through the bastion was a slow, collected pacing. Demons, Oni, spirits, and even Alani all glanced their way at some point. From the street stalls offering foods and goods to a guard at the door of a building, and even several beings in the air. Urugawa noticed their gaze, felt their presence, yet rarely did they look at the one beside her, one so close, so invested. When Dega did notice the stray gaze, which he probably picked up on, Urugawa's intuition and clever touch her words pulled his eyes back to hers. From main streets to back alleys, monsters of spirited soul to bone and fire, she kept them untouchable. What deep, okay, not necessarily deep, but I would like to get a nice, almost like knife twisting jab in for Dagon here about Utagawa. Mm. Uh-uh-uh. That doesn't sound right, though. Doesn't really. I mean, okay. He could potentially, but that doesn't really feel right. Because like, I don't want it coming off as like a flirt. I guess I could just say a bit deeper. That's correct. I do need to be careful about that. He was unsure, yet he was confident. Yeah, that is a fair assessment there. Uh, I think. Oh, hey, thank you for the follow, Autumn's Arts and Crafts. Appreciate it. Well, you do use the status as a shield, though, just like you use your alignment with Kulth. Do I pause? No, I think I let him carry on. I think Udiga would let him carry on because he is kind of. It's not a tangent. It's there's clearly an uncomfort in how he's talking about this because he's unsure, but he's confident in his own assessment. You're actively keeping her. Those very. I don't want to call them contracts. Those very. Mishaps? No. Gosh, what am I trying to think? What am I thinking here? Even though you complained about those very, it's not like the with those ties, those binds. I feel like ties is very close to what Dagon would say. Burdens, even though you're complaining like, even though you complain of them like burdens, you treat them like, hmm. Even though you call them burdens. As sword and shield. I feel like that's a very good assessment. Well, you do use this. You do use that status as a shield, though, just like you use your alignment with Kolth. Even though you call them burdens, you're actively wielding them both as a sword and shield. I feel like that's double stating the shield, though, right? You don't wear a ring or a symbol of your status with Fuzu. Well, you do respect that blunder she made anyways, just like you use your alignment with Kolth. Even though you call them burdens, you're actively wielding them both as a sword and shield. That feels a bit better. You do respect that blunder she made anyways. Make a rather bold assumption. You being Kolth's secretary. Was like a rather tactical. You being called secretary gives you the best chance to be free. Um, be free of it all doesn't feel right. To be free. Unstead. Unstead. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Taking it in his hands, coming up to scratch the back of his neck. Does she deflect here? Would that be a deflection from Utagawa? I mean, she's taunted him several times about pushing deeper and actually giving her an assessment. And now that he actually does, I don't feel like she would deflect. Ooh, but would she redirect? I think she'd probably redirect. I don't think okay. So my mind was like, oh, I could just be like, oh yeah, my situation's the antithesis of what you have with Valia. I feel like that would be would that be incorrect? Probably incorrect. I also don't feel like doing the mental gymnastics to make sure that actually lines up. So let's play this a little bit more simply because this clearly struck a nerve with Utagawa. So she's not going to have the most sharpest of wits, but she still has enough to stab him back just a little bit. I mean, given what I know, guard, it's both the safest and most dangerous place to be at the same time. Dig at his hand coming up to scratch the back of his neck. Oh, you can get all that right, but you can't even see the things that want your own neck. I think that's fair. Uh, hmm. 624. That does feel rather small, but like that also works as a half chapter, right? Where are my other half chapters? 1,310 words for 11.5. And then 29.5 is 1,686. That is. Oh, no, never mind. That was 29. 29.5 is 733. Okay, cool. Yes, this does work for my half chapters. Did I actually declare where they were walking at? Through a new smaller empty street they turned onto. The morning sun kissing their backs now. A watcher of sorts perched on a nearby house. Its blackened eye tracked their every step. Yet it knew better still. Yeah, that works. I'm using the word small a lot. Something like that. No, small is good still. Shoes off at the door and grab a bottle from the fridge. This night isn't over yet. Yeah, no, I feel like that's appropriate. Is that it though? I need to figure out how much I need to send my friend to, because I do like the little personal chapters for them for whatever they haven't read. 696. Oh well, technically it's less than that, right? Because it's all this. 682. Yeah, I can do 682. I think I'm comfortable with 682 words for a small little chapter, especially since it's third person and it's showing. It's showing. It's the first time we're seeing Dagon in third person. Probably one of the only times we'll see him in third person too. But it's more importantly showing the things that they've been avoiding that Dagon hasn't seen. And exactly the effect that Udogawa is having on the things around us or around them. I think that's fair. All right. That's roughly like what, 5 hours worth of streaming. We completed 2 full chapters, had some really fun discussions. I think this is probably where I call it. Uh, yeah, I think this is probably where we call it. I don't know if I have anyone alive at the moment that I'd want to raid into. No, no, I do not. It doesn't look like there's anything there. And I don't feel like I'm going to actually stick around for, sadly, anyone else I would rate into to the category. Um, So I do believe this is where I just kind of alt F4 out of streaming for the day. For the entire day? Yeah, probably for the entire day. Oh, that said, I do appreciate the follows I got today. I do appreciate the various people who dropped on in. 53, chapter 53, chapter 54, and 54.5 will go live. Oh no, 53 is already up on Royal Road. 54 and 54.5 will probably be on Royal Road within the next 3 to 5 days. I'm trying to do at least once a week, so 54 will probably be in another day or so. 54.5 will probably be in another like 4 or 5 days from that. And then if you are enjoying Scribble Hub, those are doing 2 every single day until we're caught up. Because doing 3, I believe it's what, 3 in a 24-hour period can actually lock you out of latest updates from Scribble Hub. So we're just doing 2 a day at very specific times there until it's all caught up. That's like 25 days worth of writing already we have, so that's fun. Thank you, Ghosty. I will catch you laters. And yeah, I've got nothing else really. No other big funny announcements. There's gonna be another website I release on when I get the mental fortitude to do so, which is going to be Inkit, I believe. I like their TOS. And then I will also have a AO3 account on like the 22nd when I'm finally verified there. That I will be posting all of my stuff to there, which will be fun. So I will have a much wider net. Very fun. Very fun. Yeah. I've got nothing